Good morning, everyone. Or should I say, good evening. Let's get it going. Hello, 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 hello. Hope your weekend is off to a good go. I was gonna say good start, but it's already like the middle of Saturday, so I hope it's going well. Hi. We have a new project to start today. And Lakota, thank you very much for the resub. That is very sweet and I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, it's a little smoky around here too. I'm not a big fan of it. Um, it has cleared out somewhat this afternoon. Skies are a little more blue than this morning, so it could be worse, but it could be better. um, so yeah, we have a brand new commission that we're going to be jumping into. Let's see. I think pretty much the way I just want to get this started is to go ahead and do a little bit of like layout. I was asked to basically do sort of a vampire character on top of a building, sort of on the prowl for some fresh blood, get some sip. So we're gonna start out with a little block out of the scene. I've got a chain link fence pattern that I will lay in a little bit. But before we do that, we're gonna want to sort of block in the positioning fence. I'm going to try. Dang it. Oh, Clip Studio, you do things and I wish you didn't do. Ain't that true for all of them? Actually, why am I doing it like this? Yeah, I'm starting out with the fence just because the character is going to be sitting on top of it. So it's important that I know where that is going to be, that I have that in a good sort of initial position so that I can, be reasonably confident in the, what's the word? How I'm actually doing the pose of the character. Going to increase the size of the pole a little bit like this to give some semblance of perspective. I was going to make this a landscape, but I might need to do it in a portrait format. So let's rescale it. Okay. And then we'll do a bit of hair. Block off the top railing there. Okay, I think that works. More or less. Just rearranging this a little bit so we get a slight hint of perspective, which of course means that I messed everything else up. Da is fine. Yeah. But how are you guys doing this Saturday? I hope the weekend is treating you well. Aside from maybe breathing in a lot of smoke. I don't know. It seemed, because I wasn't seeing a lot of news about wildfires this year, I thought for a moment that maybe we had sort of gotten through the season without as much damage, but I suppose I was being optimistic. What you been playing? I did a little bit more. I don't remember when we did Elite on the stream last, but I've been sort of continuing that expedition. Um, I've been playing more Destiny this week in particular, just because I was talking about it at work. And I kind of realized like I hadn't checked in on it in a while. And I got the season pass, so I was like, might as well try it. And it's been pretty fun. So yeah, haven't been... I did some continuation of my expedition. I'm about halfway through. Halfway to the outer end, if that makes sense. Ooh, new Splatoon. I saw... I think I was watching Maya and Shino play that on their respective streams. What do you think of it? Alright, let's get to this actual body. That catch. Alright, we're just gonna knock the fence back so it's not drawing as much attention. Need the colorblind person's best friend. Well, that's good. It's definitely a very colorful game. I'm glad they have put considerations into making it accessible. Oh yeah. Yeah, they do a good job. Because the team colors are random every match, right? Like what the pair is going to be, but then each pair of colors is well contrasted. I might get rid of this top frame. It makes, at least to me, it makes sense. The sort of vertical fence or the vertical climb fence to prevent people from climbing over the top. But if it doesn't fit the composition very well, then we'll ditch it. So yeah, the commissioner has requested a human version of their pony character. Which is why we are not doing a pony today. Even though the reference would say otherwise. But yeah, people seem to be liking Splatoon 3. Though I will always hold a bit of a grudge, I guess. I'll be slightly miffed that they didn't take the opportunity to make Splatoon 2 just Splatoon and change the spelling. Missed opportunities there. What console did Splatoon 2 come out on? Was that Wii U or was that also Switch? side. A big old foot now. Okay, let's try and do a little bit. This shoulder is more forward and this shoulder back. This arm. I was going to have both arms be leaning back, but I kind of like the idea of one arm being forward. Gonna do that, and then you're gonna go back. This one, and again, we might need to, if we get rid of the top of this, then I'm gonna need to make some adjustments. Okay, well, let's think about this, because it does change a little bit how the character is sitting. Like right now, there's sort of, you know, this like slanted slope that they can sit on. Whereas if this upper element isn't there, then they're going to be more sort of sitting on top of the railing, right? It's going to change it. So I think I'm just going to do a little bit more with this one, and then I'll try the other one, and we'll see which one we like more. So then have the arm sort of twisting back so that the hand can put a grip through the fence, and the thumb is going to be facing outward. And yes, I still constantly have to check which side the thumb is going to be on. That never ends. I do feel kind of bad at the end of the last stream. I'm blanking on who it was, but they came in right near the end and they tried to like talk about some of the AI art stuff that's been going on, which is an interesting topic. Yes, it's good. It's good, and I am constantly checking my hands and twisting around to like get a like spatial reference and make sure that I'm not crazy, or at least that my craziness is accurate. But yeah, it's like, this is an interesting conversation and I would have loved to discuss it, but I'm wrapping up this stream, dude. I can't. We gotta go. We've got a thing. We've got a place we need to be. Yes. Get a mirror. That would be a good idea. And just make weird faces at myself all day. Is that not the dream? Professional weird face maker. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's Jim Carrey's job. Nope, not that layer. Okay. Being a little too exacting with this. We're just trying to get like the rough idea down right now. I'm not super anatomical. Okay. Yeah. Let's. All right. I'm not going to delete it yet, but I do want to try the other pose because right now I think my main sort of gripe with this as it stands is just that it feels more just kind of like sitting at an angle. It doesn't really have sort of the fun personality of sitting on a. So let's try the other one and see how I feel about that. Okay. But a lot to clean up, but we might not keep it anyway, so. Okay, so this again, like if there's no upper segment to the fence, basically sort of need the pelvis to sort of sit backwards like this, right? Torso is sort of, there's some core activation, basically holding the body in place, trying to keep things balanced. And sort of segment. This leg, keeping everything decent, POS friendly. Okay. And then we can have this other one either like kicking it out, which would make it a bit more playful. And then this leg be sort of planted in the fence, trying to, you know, again, keep things nice and steady. Every time I draw people, I'm reminded of how much I need to go back and do more figure drawing. Okay, so because this one is so much more activated, like it doesn't have as much to lean on, I think in this case both of the arms would be doing the full planting. In this case, the thumb would be on the inside because hands are going. And then back behind the leg. So I have this diamond shape of the forearm muscle coming out. Got the bicep, deltoid, tricep, upper pectoral, comes across like that, lats. And then we've got, gotta call them the filler muscles, small muscle groups in the armpit, sort of round out the shape of the upper arm. I can never remember. There's like 10 muscle groups in the forearm. I can never remember the names of all of them. I just remember the general shape. This is interesting sort of wrap around the root of the bicep. And then extends out to, out across the carpal bones. Elbow joint, a hard root inside like there. We got the triceps. Got just a little bit of the deltoid peak up there. Got the upper pec thing to keep things nicely defined, get us a good sort of shape for the shoulder. Got the box of the pectorals right here. Pelvis. No. I'm actually going to darken our blue just a little bit, just so it stands out nicer against our mid-tone background. There we go. Make sure we keep hip joint well in mind. Yeah, honestly, I'm liking this a lot more than the other one. It just feels more interesting. It's got more personality. I might scrap some elements of it and see if we can't get something a little bit more just a little more. We can't push it some. One of the things that I have not been particularly good at, I think getting better, but I still sort of flip-flop back and forth a lot, is sort of getting stuck between being really sort of gestural and evocative and trying to get all of the anatomy and landmarks and everything just right. Because if you try, it's really easy if you just try and make every figure, you know, anatomically correct. They all just sort of turn into really stiff anatomical drawings. They don't have a lot of personality. And if you make things too gestural, like you can definitely go back and add more anatomical details and sort of rein everything in, but it becomes, you can easily sort of get carried away and make things not fit together, if that makes sense. So it is a balancing act, and I have not struck a good balance, I do not feel. Not yet, anyway. Need to make sure. Okay, so what I want to do, or like I was saying, I don't feel like this is sitting on the fence very well. So we're actually going to move this underneath the fence. And then we're going to move it down so that the point of contact is right sort of here, right? Gotta make sure that the thigh is not too insanely thick, right? And that we have a good sort of plane of the hamstrings and the glutes around the back here. That's getting somewhat pressed in by the shape of the fence. Adding a little bit of a fold here just to sort of make it easier in my mind. Make sure that it like stays consistent, but it's not gonna keep it, obviously. Perspective on this leg is also a little bit off. It's too much to the side. There, we've got the kneecaps wrapping around. Kneecaps are super weird. Honestly, I don't know how you guys evolved to make all of this work. Kind of a miracle. So I guess you can be proud of that. But it's super strange. Okay. Gonna make it rise a little bit more as well to sort of account for the perspective increase in the volume as it gets closer. And make a little bit more meat down here for the glutes. Checking our outfit reference. Need to make sure that, you know, whatever I wind up with is POS. You know, I'm not gonna get in trouble for doing it on stream or nothing. I think we're fine. People have drawn way more suggestive content on Twitch than fun. Twitter's just like, oh yeah, porn, cool, whatever. Okay, let's do a similar check. Right. So the butt is back behind the fence. Ankle is going to be at the fence. So it's going to be a little bit farther forward. It's not going to go all the way back, but we still want to check angle, perspective, and make sure that what we make lines up with the camera. Now, theoretically, I could be using the 3D caricature or armature tool that Clip Studio has. That was actually one of the things that got me really sort of intrigued in Clip Studio in particular. It's not a bad tool, and I've seen some people do really good posing blockouts to start it, like, with it, you know, to sort of get their drawings started off. I don't know. I have not had the best success, and it's definitely a matter of practice, but I kind of just want to I I am a stubborn brain cell. I like things the way that I like them, and I know how to do them a certain way. I guess for the time being, I'm just kind of doing it the way that I know how. I should definitely do some like posing practice just to get more comfortable with the tool and know how to use it the way that I want. Same thing with Blender. Freaking Blender, man. I see so much good work coming out of it. So many people doing amazing stuff, and I just look at it and I'm like, fuck. Like, it's not completely foreign, but it's like hearing another dialect of a language that you know. And you're just like, it is different enough from what I'm familiar with, doing mostly Maya for 3D modeling, that I think my best bet would be to just completely approach it fresh. Not try and, you know, make it like Maya, but a little bit different, and you know, say, okay, well, what are the differences that I need to learn? Just like accept that it is a new program with its own weirdness and behavior. That's not the picture, that's just a picture of the outfit I want my character to be in. Yes, that's the reference for the outfit. Also, hello, Lucian, welcome in. Yeah, so I have the reference of the pony character, and right now we're just working on the posing. I tried doing a fence with a vertical blocker, but I didn't really like how it was adjusting, or like what it was doing to the pose. So I think we're going to take that part off and just have it be like a completely vertical fence. Cool, I'm glad you're liking it. Yeah, so Lucian is the commissioner of this particular piece. So we'll be checking in with them to make sure that everything is looking good, matching goals, etc., etc. Oh yeah, I was doing the whole like two color thing for sketching. Personally, to be very helpful. Like defining objects against each other and making sure okay, so yeah, same kind of deal. I drew things just as like an initial block out, very flat, very Byzantine. Byzantines couldn't understand perspective to save their lives. So I'm just kind of doing some of it to get a little more exacting. Why do I keep drawing the bottoms of feet? How does this keep happening? I blame Twitch. I don't know what Twitch did exactly, but I somehow feel like it's Twitch's fault. Okay. So I'm gonna hold this one where it is. I like it, but I want to try exaggerating the pose. To do that, what we're gonna do is we're going to puff up the chest and round out the back. To kind of put the character out a little bit more, give it a bit more of like a playful vibe. Need to be careful not to like break it in some weird. The other thing to be careful of, and a lot of people, this is something that gets kind of, or got kind of drilled into us, is that the torso is not a box. The torso is, well, it's more like a number of eggs. Yours is going to be next, Lakota. Yeah, once we get that finalized, then I will get started on that one. Yeah, so just as a sort of rough sketch, you know, the rib cage is roughly egg shaped, right? And then you've got the collarbones sort of forming a girdle. The collarbones and the shoulder blades forming a sort of girdle around that. And then that holds the joint of the shoulder in place. So there is musculature between the pecs. Yeah, let's do that. So there's the sort of upper pecs that come down across the shoulder like that, and then the lower pecs that are the big Johnny Bravo flexors that everybody loves so much. And between them, they make sort of this box shape. So that comes out like that, and then the lats come out across the back. And that gives the torso this sort of boxy look, but the actual anatomy is not that. And if you try and do that, then your arms are gonna like sit out on the sides of this box torso and look really weird. What you actually want is more of like this. And that gives you your quote unquote box. But the shoulders, like the midpoint of the shoulders, is actually more directly above the sides of the torso. And then you've got all of this anatomy that sort of builds it out. Got the deltoids that give you sort of rounded outer shape. You got the triceps for the back side, the biceps for the front side, filler muscles that sort of work with the pecs to round out the form of the shoulder. There's a lot going on. You guys are super complex. All this just so you guys can like reach up into a tree and grab an apple. What the hell? So yeah, we're just gonna kind of exaggerate the form a little bit. We're gonna sort of push. We're gonna arch the back somewhat. Yes, how dare. sure that we get, okay, so because of the sort of positioning, the hip is canted backwards a little bit. So the iliac crest is not quite so elevated as it would be in like a standing or neutral sit. You don't see as much of it. We're going to have a lot of activation in the tum-tum to help stabilize the form. Make sure that the ribs are sitting in correct positions. I'm going to build out the pecs a little bit more just so we keep chest the right shape. Sushi. Try to be simple. The eternal goal. Just to have things be easy. With the sort of core activation, we get just a little bit more like folding through the center line. Belly button is right around where the iliac crest is, or iliac point. Or wait, top of the, no, it's the top of the crest, right? Let me double check. Might actually be important because I think the outfit does have an exposed thumb. So good to double check. Yeah, I think it's the top of the crest. Yes. Yeah, I'm doing the girl. It is a lady. Okay, yeah, so the belly button, the navel is right around the top of the iliac crest rather than the point. I would call the navel a soft landmark as opposed to a bony landmark. So it's not super helpful, but it can be just a good point of reference to make sure that everything is lining up the way that it is supposed to. So we're going to move the navel just a little bit higher, that it kind of wraps around the torso like that. And the waist out just a little bit. So this would be a good time to ask if there are any sort of particular body type elements that you would like. Obviously, you know, the pony is not the best indication of that. So, you know, bust size, etc. You know, the underlying anatomy is going to be pretty much the same, so it doesn't change a lot for me right now, but it does factor into how I might build up parts of the character. Okay, that's kind of the top of the pec, where it's like coming across chest, pinching into the armpit. Yeah, so if we compare that to what we had in the original one, it's just a little bit more like, got a little bit more personality. I think the other thing that I want to do is move this shoulder back somewhat. Take this. Whoop, wrong layer. Okay, medium. Medium is premium, got it. So yeah, basically just sort of put the chest and the torso forward a little bit. So the shoulders are kind of expanded, or, you know, the back is compressed, the shoulders are pulled back a little. So this arm in particular kind of tucked in back. And then this one isn't going to get quite as high either. Got this sort of front arch. Clean up in here a little bit. I also tend to have floaty heads because I'll like get the anatomy for the torso going and I'll sort of block in the position of the head with like a really rough neck. And then I kind of have to figure out how to make the neck fit, which is bad. Don't do that. Don't do what I do. Head's also too big. So go ahead and scale that. Too much. Better. Gonna slide over a little bit. There we go. Okay, so yeah. Reduce that shoulder a teensy bit. What, easy for me? What you mean? So deltoid is going to be, well, actually no, because the deltoid raises the shoulder. The deltoid's not going to be particularly active. What muscle is it? Is it the lats? No, lats pulled down. No, deltoid is outer. This is the traps. Trapezius. What? Is it the lower part of the trapezius that pulls the shoulder blades in? I think so. That sounds right. Okay. We got that. We got sort of the muscle envelope of the neck. Got the back of the neck, or the base of the neck, base of the spine right there. That's what the trapezius connects in. I'm going to raise the head up just a little bit, just so we can get a little more room for the neck in here. On average, ladies tend to have lower, more sloping shoulders than men. Bring this down just a hair. But the amount of activation of the shoulders in the pose does mean that it's going to be a little bit more bulked up, since the muscles are putting in work. Move the head forward somewhat so that the neck is like rooting into the base of the skull, where we would like it to. Have the head extending back quite as far as you trim some of these details down. I feel like this leg, yeah. If we compare, perspective notwithstanding, if we compare like how long this leg is from hip to knee, and then move that over here. Even if we're kind of generous, it's too much. Too much. So, I'm gonna kind of grab this and nudge it in. And nudge it in. Might all. And also make the other leg a little bit longer just to have a really sort of leggy profile. Main thing is that we don't have one leg be just strangely longer than the other one. Let's save real quick. No. To be ashamed to lose. And then let me double check this structure. I need to go back and do more figure drawing. It has been at least 2 years. I've not been to any in-person figure drawing sessions since, you know, COVID started. Because COVID. It's probably okay to do now. On the other hand, figure drawing sessions tend to cram a bunch of people into a very tight space, which is not the best. So, of all the, you know, the recreations to do right now, maybe still not the best choice. But I need the practice. I do. Okay. And then we can just sort of rough out some of the quads. Oh, what's that muscle called? Oh, geez. Bent my page. The text box is pretty good. You know what? Fair. Sartorius. That's it. So Sartorius runs along the inside of the thigh and sort of straddles the edge of the quads. Yeah, same. I've had friends, I've had coworkers, I've had extended family get COVID. So far, I have been lucky, I've been cautious, and I'm not really looking to break that streak. COVID virgins. Oh, I can't believe they haven't caught COVID yet. Okay. We're not gonna get too really heavy with the musculature. I'm just doing it to like make sure that everything is blocked out and makes sense. Can always, you know, slim things down as we get into form. Respirator and disposable gloves. Yeah, definitely early on. I remember a few cases where, like, if I had to use a public copy machine or something, I would use disposable gloves. I don't think that's really necessary at this point, but at least at the time it felt better. Do dishes at Panera. Soap and hot water. Yeah, because you're just like constantly washing your hands. And my understanding I really don't want to get too much into it because I don't know what Twitch's standards are now on like discussing the particulars of COVID. I believe what they found was that the like surface contact wasn't particularly effective. So like if you touch something that a positive person, COVID positive person had touched, that wasn't a big risk as opposed to it being, the breathing. So yeah, you were probably fine. Still use respirator and gloves because allergies is hard to get a grip. Hard to grip a steering wheel. Yeah, that's fair. Toesies. Yeah, I mean, that's probably just good for one's health in general. Or at least wash your hands regularly. I mean, again, you should probably just be washing hands regularly anyway. It's not a bad idea. Well, yeah, I mean, if you gotta lick the chicken off. Get all the sauces. Okay, good. I'm probably gonna redo that foot to some degree. But at the same time, since we're gonna put it inside of a shoe, the main thing is just to sort of block out the shape and size of it, and then I'll clean up the particulars when I do the boot. It's fine. Okay. I'm gonna slim down the torso just a little bit. I'm gonna leave the pecs more or less alone, because we're gonna sort of lay the breasts over them, so it's not super important one way or the other. And then I think once we do that, we can go ahead and start laying in the face. Yes. No, there shall be no club feet here. I still try not to get really particular with like, what's the word? Like the real anatomical specifics during the blockout phase, just because I end up doing so many revisions anyway, it's kind of a waste. But it is worth it to make sure that everything is at least like checking out, making sense. Okay, yeah, we can bring the rib cage in a bit more on the, got the obliques, upper section of the obliques are that. Going on here. Okay, right. So pec, upper, abdominals. Yeah. Oh, what did they call these? Serratus? No, that's the sartorius. Yeah, serratus. Goes like that. Got the lats coming down the back. So that. Slim the ribs down some more. Now we should bring the chest in a little bit, just so it doesn't get too far out and we get gigantic pecs. Gonna slim down sternum a well. There we go. I have 3. I have 3 books that I use for different purposes. So one of them is a lot more sort of like gestural and is really good just for like considering like the really sort of basic shape of muscle and bone groups. It's the one that I've had the longest. It doesn't go into a lot of really like fine detail on how the muscle groups overlap or anything, but it's good for blocking it. I have one that's a good sort of middle ground. It was like written by sculptors, so it's very much sort of done in the mindset of like, what is the anatomy and how does it look? And then I have one that's much more of like an anatomical reference, so it goes into like the interior structures of a lot of the muscle groups and really sort of breaks down like all the bones of the hand, even though practically I never need to know that. I probably use that one the least, but it is the most thorough. Got some hand-me-down ones for my mom and some how to draws. Yeah. Yeah, so I'll get you some references, or I'll get some links for these books. I'm going to link them through Amazon just because, of course, those are the first ones that come up. I hate Amazon. I know I'm saying that on Twitch. Fight me. Okay, so yeah, the Michael Hampton one is very much like, again, very gestural, very much about like just sort of straightforward understanding. The Anatomy for Sculptors, I really like it. It does a really good job of like thinking about like the muscle groups in different poses and from different angles, and you know, does different like levels of block out. And then Elliot Goldfinger does the really like in-depth anatomical breakdown. He also has a book for animal anatomy, which is not nearly as thorough because, you know, it's trying to cover a bunch of different animals in like the same length of books, so none of them get as much attention. But it's a really good reference if you're trying to draw like horses and dogs and birds and whatnot. So I would recommend any of those for trying to draw humans and all of your weird little noodly bony weirdnesses. Probably so. I mean, I think the Michael Hampton one is like, oh wow, it's $30 now. Okay, yeah. But I have definitely gotten more than $30 worth of use out of it, so. Okay, I'm just gonna do a quick draw through on this arm to make sure that it's like making sense in space. Right. Obviously, it's going back behind the character. We don't need to be super precise with it, but I just want to make sure that we are not doing anything weird. A little bit of the activated deltoid. Deltoid is we're going to wrap around the front. Good. All right, go ahead and save. Face is looking a little bit flat. All right, let's figure out the breasts real quick because this always takes me way too long, and then we'll do the face. Stuff that books don't cover, observing things in the real world helps a ton. Yes, observation is your best friend. You definitely want to be doing it, and that's why I was lamenting having not gone to figure drawing in way too long. It's definitely something that I need to do. I've been nervous about doing it, but I can tell what having not gone to figure drawing is doing to my work. And yeah, like you can read all the anatomy diagrams and, you know, blockouts and whatnot that you want, but at the end of the day, you just do need to go out and observe. Let's see. All right, let's try and not make this too gross anime titty. The weird balloons that are sitting on the chest with no actual grounding. And yeah, I think at some point I'm almost positive I had like some sort of how to draw anime books. And those are okay. It's definitely a good place to get started. Anime tends to sacrifice a lot of accuracy for production. Yeah, it definitely helps. Again, observation, very important. So I would say the problem, like I definitely started out by drawing cartoons and anime. I would be throwing stones in a glass house to say that you shouldn't do that. But I think it is important to recognize that. So I call it the Byzantine effect. You can tell I'm not a fan of Byzantine art. So what basically ended up happening in the Byzantine era was that artists there would learn from their, you know, the senior most artist, the leader of the organization, and then they would just replicate what they were taught as opposed to doing observation or a more thorough investigation themselves. And so any mistakes that the teacher had would get passed on and compounded to their students. And then they would teach more people. And those mistakes would get, you know, passed on and compounded and on and on and on and on until eventually people were just drawing like flat sideways feet with no anatomy beyond like maybe the general reference of a toe. and faces were super weird and angular, and perspective was completely dead. And Byzantine art sucks, all right? Fight me. One fun thing I like to do is figure out what not safe for work things artists are into, because it's easy to tell what they're into by what they put the most accuracy detail into. It's true. It's true. I mean, that's fair, right? You're gonna draw things that you are passionate about. It's not bad. No, it's not bad. It's not. There will be no shaming on this channel, except for feet. That's weird. Gotten to a point where I can tell furry artists. Yeah, there's kind of quite a style, but definitely something, an aura you can observe. When I was in high school, I did a lot of anime pictures and little drawings. After high school, got into MLP and DeviantArt. Yeah, and I don't know. I was on DeviantArt for a while. I don't really know what caused me to stop. I guess I just sort of... Well, I definitely started doing more like professional work, or at least at the time, aspiring professional work, which you don't really post to DeviantArt. So yeah, a lot of the sort of DeviantArt relevant work fell off. And I just never really went back. So now I'm doing, you know, work that isn't really professional, like the stuff here on Twitch. Like it is not stuff that I would put in my portfolio looking for a job. As a game artist. So I'm posting a lot of it to Twitter and sometimes to the Tumblr if I feel like it's relevant. But it's not... It would be nice to have another site to post the work to. And I've thought about DeviantArt, but DeviantArt also seems like kind of a crappy place now. So, I don't know. I'm still thinking about what would be a good sort of non-professional portfolio site. Yeah, except it's not the artists that are deviant. Okay. I will slim down the arm a little bit. It's very muscular, right? But that's okay. Trying to get that sort of backwards angle a little bit. There's a little hyperextension, so we're gonna make sure that the elbow gets its day in the sun. Okay. That works for me. And yeah, I do have a second Tumblr account. I've thought about using that. Tumblr doesn't have the greatest image hosting either. I have no idea. I've certainly not tried to use Tumblr as a portfolio, obviously. I don't think it was really ever meant to be. just going back in, we're putting a little bit of visual appeal. So we've got a straight, a curve. And then I think what we actually want to do is we're going to straighten this out. We're going to relax curve on this side a bit. That. And then we're going to extend out the curve on this side. So now we've got this sort of S shape going through the arm. Well, and it doesn't help that Tumblr has repeatedly shot themselves in the foot. Whatever relevancy they had, they killed. Yeah, it has refused to die, which is impressive in its own right. That's fair. But it is definitely not like, you know how, you know, you have the option to like share on social media and you'll see like the icons for Reddit and Twitter and Facebook and maybe like TikTok or Instagram in some cases. You're not going to see the Tumblr T anymore. No, I don't think... I would say I don't think there is another site that has sort of stepped into blog spaces like Tumblr has. Like the Tumblr style of blog. But I think at the same time, blogs are not as relevant of a format as they used to be. And it's not to get all like old people about TikTok or anything. But I think just like people just don't do blog posts as much anymore. I don't know. I've never been a very big social media person. I use it to post my stuff because what else am I supposed to do? And I did follow a number of Tumblrs years back when sort of during the golden age, shall we say. But these days it is much, much quieter. Yeah, Twitter is blogging on cocaine. It is blogging with zero attention span. But even there, like my Twitter account, like my what's the word? Algorithm, I guess, is VTubers, art, and cute animals. And art of cute animals. And cute animal VTubers and art of cute VTubers. So I do not personally get inundated with a lot of the bad shit that Twitter is infamous for, and I'm happy for it to stay that way. Discord is more of a chat room It is not a social media platform in the sense of like posting and sharing work. It's more like what Skype or Instant Messenger used to be. It's sort of a combination of Skype, Ventrilo, TeamSpeak, AIM, those types of formats. And I'll post work on Discord servers that I'm a part of to share it with people. But that's not like you're not archiving stuff on Discord. You're just sharing it. Tumblr is the blogging energy of hanging out in the void venting. Gotta do it somewhere. Can't keep it all in. That's unhealthy. This hand is weird. I don't like it. Okay, let's try again. Okay, we've got end of the forearm. We got the carpal tunnel right there. We've got the bones, forearm. Carpal bones are kind of coming. Well, so pinch, tension, right? And then we've got side of the hand coming up like, or the body of the hand coming up like that. We've got the pad, the wrist like so. Discord is a phone on your PC with conference calling and texting. Kinda. I mean, I would rather chat with somebody on Discord than on a phone call. Better quality, more dynamic screen sharing. I would say Discord's greatest fault right now is they're getting into that tech mindset of constantly having to like add new shit. It's like your service is already good. What you provide is the best in the business. Stop. Just let it ride. We don't need more bells and whistles and bullshit. Okay, this feels better. PC doesn't heat up during a Discord call. That's true. All right. Better. Better. Going to position a little bit, just move the character a bit more center. We also have those wings that we need to take into consideration. Need to give enough room for those to hang out. All right. Well, because we asked phones to do a bunch of other stuff. They're barely phones anymore. And frankly, most people don't like using them to do phone calls. So, you know, choose your battles, I guess. I'm gonna move breast over a little bit. Just so it's a bit more like evenly positioned. I think it is also a good time to flip the image. Well, I don't think phone technology has really evolved in the past 40 years. Like, I don't know that you could distinguish a phone call in terms of visual or audio quality between like the 1990s and now. But again, like most people I don't know, or most people I know, do not call people unless they have to. Like they would much rather text. And some of my friends, even if we do, quote, talk on the phone, we will call each other through Discord. So, I don't know. I imagine phone manufacturers just kind of look at it and say, okay, but why would we spend a bunch of time like improving that element of the technology that nobody is asking for or nobody is widely using, as opposed to like increasing the camera by another megapixel or improving its processing power and battery life. I just don't think it's getting any research time because people are not saying this is something that we care about. That said, I was watching a video a little while back, about how, at least for some people, dumb phones, I mean, it's still digital, so they're not analog phones, but like, you know, the old Nokia bricks, that style of phone is making a comeback. Just because people are kind of, some people are getting really sick of smartphones and the sort of constant information bombardment. And it's like, this is a basic phone. It lets me call, it lets me text. You know, I am available if need be, but I am not on social media all the time. I'm not checking it constantly. It does just what I need. I have a Google Pixel. I am an Android user. I've thought about getting an old iPhone to use as a webcam because they have better face tracking, but I have not yet. I don't really want to spend the money on it right now. That might be a next year thing, especially once the 14 comes out and everybody is trying to hawk their old models. We want them to be thinner so that they don't take up as much room in the pocket. Probably. I mean, honestly, battery technology is a major issue right now. There's a lot to improve there, and will probably continue to be an area of development. What I have personally found is it seems like batteries, not like the battery life is good, but then like they lose integrity pretty rapidly. So if you have a phone for too long being like a couple of years, your battery life just falls off a cliff. Original iPhone SE, because my parents stopped answering Skype and only answered iMessage. I'm keeping it running because I refuse to spend $1,000 on a phone that can't do half of what a PC of the same price can. Yeah, so that is one. Where am I going? There we go. Even out the light a bit. Well, so Yeah, I think my first smartphone was a Galaxy Note 3. Yes. I wanted that one because supposedly you could draw on it and it wasn't very good at it, but yeah. It was a decent phone otherwise. Good phone. Um and eventually it did get outmoded. Like it just eventually didn't really have the processing power to, keep up with the modern software, the modern app environment. Um but what really convinced me was that I needed to get an upgrade was the degradation of the battery. That by eventually it got to a point where I just kind of needed to carry another one around, like an external battery. Um, and yeah, that's what I was saying. Like my new phone, which I got almost a year ago. I think I got it like September or October of last year. Um, Still has a fantastic battery life. I can go through a few days without charging it. But eventually it's going to fall off because lithium ion batteries do not have great long term integrity. So I think that's the problem. And, having an old iPhone SE, I think they just kind of, I don't know if they like build up bad performance or something that like also causes them to drain the battery faster. But yeah, they just seem to eventually sort of get to a point where even if you replace the battery, they just don't recover very well. They just kind of burn through their charge, even regardless of how good it was when the phone was new. Um, so yeah, I don't know. I think there's more of an option in the last year or so. Like I said, because at least in some circles, dumb phones seem to be gaining popularity again. Kind of a burnout on smartphone overload, information overload. So, could look into that. Yeah, yeah, and Apple is particularly bad about it. Unfortunately, planned obsolescence is kind of a really prevalent issue. I wish it were just Apple. No, and at this point, I don't. What I remember being told is Steve Jobs in particular was really concerned with like the form factor. Um, and didn't like sort of the extra space for fans and ventilation, so they would sort of try and like make designs that didn't have those, and they were not great, and they would run really hot. um which I think this summer in particular probably resulted in some dead Apple products. um but I don't know. I think at this point they might kind of have, a reputation and a design paradigm that even though Jobs isn't there to enforce it, it's still kind of expected of them. I mean, I do not use my phone for a lot. I'll check Reddit, Discord, I'll send texts on it. Again, I don't really call anybody. Call my parents sometimes. But most of the time my family texts. Even my parents don't do phone calls. Except for like birthdays and for like coordinating meetings or something. On the other hand, I don't know. A lot of people just don't have computers. Because what they would use a computer for, a phone is completely adequate. Yeah, I never got into using YouTube on my phone just because I can't get ad blocker and I hate it. It's the worst. So, yeah, I don't know. I think for a good portion of tech users, their phone is their only device that they have. And so it needs to be capable. It needs to be capable of doing the functionality of at least a basic computer. But then it also needs to be small enough to fit into a pocket or handbag and portable. And that's where the price comes in. Right? Like, yes, it's not as capable as a desktop, but it needs to handle a decent amount of the functionality and be a fraction of the size. Yeah, well, I'm sorry, but I think at this point, like, when was the first iPhone SE? iPhone SE. First generation 2016. Okay, so that's 6 years old? Okay, so it's not that old. Should be able to do word calling. Well, I don't know what to tell. I don't know what in that case. That does seem like it should be more capable than that. I don't know. I was thinking, like, I didn't realize it took him that long to create the SE. Yeah, I used to have an MP3 player back in high school. We went through a few of those. Get dropped, get lost. Probably one of them wound up in the washing machine. Oh, Skype. Skype is a tale of woe. Now Skype is basically just an appendage of Microsoft Teams, and I hate it. So the main one I had, I don't even remember who made it. It was this little red like box. Like the size of a pack of gum, give or take. Wasn't that one? I don't know. Oh, was it the SanDisk model? It might have been a SanDisk. That looks familiar. To be fair, when I was younger, I did not have a good track record for taking care of my stuff, so I want to say I've gotten better. Probably not. Okay. I am just going to not start in on the outfit, but I'm just going to block out a couple. So we've got like the belt line. Actually, no. Belt line is not on the hips. Belt line is on the waist. It's gonna be more like up here. Make sure we get a good cylindrical wrap of the torso. Good. I will do more outfit stuff, but I've been repeatedly sort of ignoring the face, and it's time to fix that. Let's get some facial details going. Side of the head. Got bones. Double check. Should all be pretty straightforward. Gonna run. Line. And then chin, make sure there's actual chin. Bends into space. Cheekbone on the other. Compression between the brow ridge. And then the slope of the kind of round out the cheek. Don't want it bony, angular. Also, here we get these muscle groups landed in it. Fill out the neck somewhat. Oh, remind me, what is that muscle along the side of the neck called? Oh, okay. Okay. We've got some that sort of go like that. We've got the trapezius. Sort of comes out and is like the main envelope along the back of the neck. Got a little bit of a gap before we hit the sterno. is that sort of jaw tensor muscle that creates the pit of the neck around the Adam's apple. The other side of the traps tends to be lower. All right, that looks better. 7's going to be right about there. Sort of a root. Good. Clean up the clavicle in here. It's kind of just turned into a mess of overlapping sketch work. That. Out, round, out. Clavicle tends to get a little obscured towards the middle. Got this sort of bony point, high point, where, you know, it meets up with the sternum and forms our little necktie design. And then we've got this part back here where it meets up with the shoulder blade. Get our sort of shelf. But in the middle, we've got the connectors of the deltoid and the pecs. So it's not as full. And we do have a little pit right in here between the pecs and the deltoid, but the skin and fat tend to smooth that over. Good. Okay. I'm actually going to do, face. How many times is it going to take me to remember to do the damn face? I'm seeing fairly narrow, pointed nose. Okay. Eat well. Bring the brow line down quite as high as we have now. That's sort of the hairline around like that. I think the cheekbone is too far back. Good. And then I think similarly. Yeah. Okay, how do I want to deal with this? Back of the skull is a little bit too far out, so neck out, and then the brow height's pretty good, but we're gonna bring the cheek, slope of the cheek in somewhat so that the brow is a bit farther out than the cheek line. Yes. Yes. might want to round the face out somewhat later, just to sort of nail in the personality of the character. But I think this is a deep block out. Rough in, cast shadow of the jawline here, just to sort of help make sure that we're getting nice shape to it all. Okay, so kind of a teardrop eye. Oh, yes, all this anatomy. I must take care of my own. Thank you, Lakota. Ooh. 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 Good. Oh. Okay. Bring the brow ridge down just like that. The other thing that is important to always check is that the eyes are actually like wrapping around the face. So like the lowest part of the eye should be down here, and then this is going to be more like that, right? Don't want the eyes to be billboarded to the front, so they're both facing in the same direction. Put this down a little bit more, just match what one is doing. Check it. All right, that looks pretty good. The other thing that's always really interesting is just understanding like where the eye is sort of sitting in the cavity, if it's making sense. Right, because the nose is sort of coming up on a slope like that. It's sort of the overarch of the nasal bone. Hmm? Similarly, so there are a few sort of different things to consider. Like there's the overall sort of cylindrical shape of the facial structure. There's also sort of a cylinder of the muzzle. Yes, humans have a muzzle. It's just very compacted. So that can help sort of understand what the like how the chin needs to be structured. And it also gives some idea of how the mouth, even at rest, is going to wrap in the face. Like if the face is pointing up, the mouth, even if it's supposed to be a straight line, the mouth is going to curve around the face, right? There we go. Okay, and then another sort of soft landmark is the ears. So I've got this, what is this based off of? So, hang on, let me grab my other book. It has a better rendition of the skull that I can use to double check what I'm talking about. Torso, head, where head? Head, please. There you are. Yeah, so the cheekbones kind of come out and they have this prominence here, right? And then that wraps underneath the eye socket. But then there is this archway that sort of comes back and loops into the back of the skull. The masticator muscles are up in here. So that helps you chew. They've got this sort of bony arch that's going over them. Wraps around, go like that, and then that all goes up into the temple. So that kind of creates your skull shape, right? Rattle me bones skull. Got the jawline kind of coming down a little bit back behind that. So this can be a good sort of indicator for like the side of the head. But obviously the ears are not that large, so we still gotta kind of situate them the right way. Now let me double check. There we go. Yeah, so the ears are actually sitting back towards the end of this archway, about halfway back on the head. And a good sort of rule of thumb is, on average, the top of the ear is about lined up with the brow. The bottom of the ear is about lined up with the nose. You know, to flavor. Everybody gonna be a little bit different. But those are sort of standards that you can then deviate from as the individual calls for. Got sort of this curving shape to the outer shell of the ear. One thing I always try to avoid is the ear like perfectly tangenting with the back of the head. It's a weird sort of relationship depending on the camera angle. Got the curve of the ear, which is going to go like that. We've got this lower shape, which has the earlobe in it. It's going to go like so. We've got the inner Y form. Going to come in like that. And we've got the, I don't even know what this is called, the little beam that sort of protects the actual hole of the ear. Go like that. And you know, nobody's ears are shaped exactly the same. You're going to get a lot of variation in these exact forms and where they lie and what size they are. Some people have earlobes, some people don't. Some people have earlobes that come in and then they kind of go down a little bit, like the rooting into the skin is more prominent. So, you know, all guidelines. Like that. And then another soft landmark is that the sort of skin connecting of the ear tends to line up with the jawline, like that. So the ear, I don't know, the ear is a nice sort of soft landmark to check where, how sort of the facial mask is sitting, that everything is feeling good and well situated. All of that said, I think the form is decent, but the position is a little bit off. Hang on. My desk is stuck. There we go. So we're just gonna wrap it. It also goes back at an angle a bit away from the head. Or it's not perfectly vertical. Like the ear kind of slopes backward. Okay. So we do get, ugh, actually hang on. Still bad. And this is why you got to do observational work, because, oh my god. All right. So yeah, we got the brow line. Okay, so the size is actually pretty good. Just got to get it to like sit on the head. You know what? Fuck it. We're gonna do this a little bit more, how we say, graphically. Make sure that like the plane fitting well. Now for this particular character, I don't think we're gonna get, obviously this exact anatomy, but what I am getting out of it, and since it is a vampire, is we're probably gonna do some gently pointed ears, maybe like this. And we'll have to see if the ears are even visible underneath the hair. Might be. We do have this ring around the ear, which we can maybe like turn into sort of a hairpin situation that would keep it away from the ear and keep it visible. So it's possible. I think what we would do in this case is keep sort of our outer, or the inner part of our shell pretty similar to what we would do for a human. Maybe curve it out a little bit, but keep it more rounded than the inner tip of the ear. Have our Y shape like that. Got our lobe and our bean. All right, that feels a little bit better. So clean up some junk. We don't need it. We don't need the junk. Keeping a little bit of reference. Yeah, the cheekbone. I mean, it does make the character look very gaunt. I'm not going to keep it, but a little reference while we continue to set things up is a good idea. Keep this pretty rounded. Try to upturn the nose a little bit more. Okay. Obviously, we haven't really put in like a lot of personality. Mostly just been worrying about like the general block out, making sure everything is sitting well. Do we want a horn? I feel like it would be kind of weird to not have the horn in any interpretation at all. I mean, I think that's definitely something to get Lucian's opinion on. If we do have the horn, it would be right about... Actually, that's a good question. It would probably be about here, because I believe... Yeah, the skull has sort of... So there's the brow ridge, right? And then there's sort of this slightly thicker element right about up here. So it would make sense to root a horn up there rather than on the brow. So if we do have a horn, it would be like that. It would probably be some kind of little nubby horn, just sort of poking out between the hair. So cute. Clean up some of this muzzle block out as well, just so it doesn't look quite so skull-like. Okay, I'm going to try an idea for the mouth and we'll see if it works. Canines are going to be out right there, right? I'm going to leave. Not going to be or not going to be visible. That would be... This is a vampire, not an orc. And then... Basically want to have the tongue sort of poking out and like wrapping around the fang. I'm also just going to scale up. I notice we're getting a little like small on some of the details working on the face here, so I just want to give the character more of the canvas space. Basically wrap, keep the mouth, you know, closed except where it needs to like part to let the tongue out. So it's kind of getting pushed up by the tongue as it plays with our fang. Make sure that everything is staying centered. Center lines. So then we got lip form. That again getting pushed up. Got the harp. Was it the bow? Cupid's bow? I don't remember. The center shape. Don't let it get too. Then the beneath form. Don't want this to be strong either. Honestly, that's probably something that we're going to put more particular detail into during the paint over because it's easier to delineate with shading than with line work. It's part of why I put less and less stake into the sketch and color and just leave a lot of details to paint over. Sort of accentuate the sides of the mouth and cut the lip down like that. Welcome back, Lucian. We're just playing around with some ideas for the expression, getting the mouth going. Oh, do you want to have some kind of representation of the horn? Because I was playing around with it and I'm not... It seems kind of weird to not have the horn at all, but it would also... I don't know, most of the time the human counterparts do not get that translated over. Up to you. Okay, no horn? Very well. This picture shall not be horny. Shall not. There shall be no horniness in this picture. No horn whatsoever. Goodbye. This is a horn-free zone. Okay. So, what I want to figure out next... I'm going to close the eyes, hood the eyes just a bit. Raise the overall shape of it. Look at a reference here. Okay. Try to get the overall like in size, scope of the good. Oh, like with the pupil? Or cat eye, can you do cat-like eyes? What? Let's see, I want to keep the eyes hooded. I'm gonna lower the lid down somewhat since the gaze is... Bring it in a little bit as well. Quite so angular on the... The character does have this sort of Fluttershy soft arching bow form. Right. Kind of keep the overall like shape of the eyelid reflecting that. But since the eye is closed or you know, hooded, whatever you want, I don't mind. I mean, I do want you to be happy with it. So if you have requests or suggestions, do please let me know. I did not understood what you mean. Do you mean like a cat pupil? Like that sort of thing? Again, get that arch reflected. Lashes nice and elegant. And then just sort of bring in. I think the other thing that I would like to do, so again, all of this is on like people, right? Photorealistic people. So anime, your mileage will vary. But the size of the mouth, sort of at rest, come up to approximately where the pupils lie. So that gives you some indication of how wide your mouth needs to be. And then, you know, if you smile or you frown or you pout or whatever, obviously the position is going to change a little bit. So I think part of what I'm trying to get this to have sort of a dangerous allure. Right now it's feeling kind of monstrous instead, which is not what I want. So need to keep playing with it. Okay, that feels a little bit better. Not doing the horn. So we've got a slightly pointed ear. We've got the eyes in a pretty good spot. I'm feeling it. We've got our slightly upturned, sharp pointed nose. Sort of a dainty bridge. Not too thick. Thing. Very sort of coming down to an angle. And we do need to, I tend to kind of not get the shape of this quite right. This actually needs to come outward like that. I tend to kind of miss that element in the process of getting this curve. And then it gets sort of cleaned up in the paint over. Yeah. Yeah, so what I'm aiming for right now is to sort of have the tongue sort of playing with the fang. And my model doesn't do tongue. Okay, and then oh, what am I checking? What am I checking? Okay, so yeah, got the lid, the brow line actually comes around like this. This is a really like interesting and strange overlap that the brow does. That it's like concave, or it's convex up to a point, and then it becomes concave. It does this weird sort of like overlap. So that's how you get this really dark pit in here. I'm just trying to make sure that the eyebrow is situated nicely. It's not too bright, not too high, not too low, not too far in or out. So I'm kind of positioning things a little bit. I think this one not following the curve of the head very well. So we're just sketch that really quickly. And then I'm gonna take the entire freaking face, the whole dang thing, and I kind of slide it around a little bit. Make sure that I'm just a little bit more lined up where we want it to be. All right, let's image flip. Okay, nose is a little too flat. Gonna pull it out a little bit. There we go. Now the center of the nose lining up with the center of our face a little better. Will you get oh. Okay. So I am cheating a little bit. I'm using anime as a reference. Again, not the best reference because you're copying stylization, but we're gonna do it anyway because I want to get a certain feel. Yeah, we're doing thicker ends of the mouth. Mouth is getting drawn a little bit tight by the smile, so the center becomes more to the overlap. Then we're gonna go with that. A little bit too drawn out. Inside the mouth, we've got the fang kind of. Okay. So that's the first sort of lips getting sort of pulled apart by the tongue, like working. Okay, so what I think what's kind of weird about that is, like, if it's a really dexterous tongue, it could, and really long, it could maybe snake back around and sort of wrap its way around the fang, which is what I'm trying to imply, but more realistically, it should be facing out. Good. Mm-hmm. Okay. think I think we will want to slim down the figure a little bit. I think it's a little kind of mature and masculine compared to the target. Go ahead, and the shoulders in particular, bring those down somewhat. Slim the neck down. Mm-hmm. Torso down a little bit. Hmm. Dealing with quite such a gaunt character look. A little bit. Okay. And yeah. Oh, you know what will probably help to actually put the smile in the. There we go. That feels less weird. Why does this smile feel really crappy and disingenuous? Guys. No smile in the eyes, which makes whatever the mouth is doing feel like a lie. Yep. That probably put more in the paint over, but just kind of approximate the length that we might be aiming for. Not seeing any lashes on the bottom. Cool. I'm glad you're liking it. If you do have, like I said, if you have any thoughts, concerns, wants, desires, please let me know. It's obvious. It is a lot easier to make changes and revisions now while we're still in the sketch phase. The farther it gets, the harder it is to make large revisions, like changing pose or expression or, you know, important elements of the character. Those get more and more locked in as we get through the coloring and into the paint over phase. I swear, Twitch, I'm gonna give her clothing, so no need to come bonk me. No bonks. Slim the torso down a little bit more. Kind of cheat it a little bit. Sort of round this out a little bit, just it's not going quite so far. Push the tush a little bit as well. Widen the hips out. Cool. Again, we're just kind of roughing in the, hey, there's, you know, the flesh is getting pushed up by the bar here, so want to account for that in the shading. I'm gonna get rid of the line work eventually, but it's important to remember that deformation and not just draw a smooth thigh all the way back, or else it gives the impression that not actually sitting on the fence at all, just kind of floating on top of it. I mean, I suppose technically she could be because she's flying, but then why would she be like in a seated position? And yeah, just shade it correctly. There we go. Round out butt a little bit. Let's get rid of that reference line. That looks weird. Don't worry about that. Okay. So, bring back outfit reference. Oh, Jack. Like, you gave me this, but the colors are supposed to be different. That was black and red. Noted. Okay, good. That's gonna be kind of a platform situation. Got like a hill. This is why I wasn't super concerned with getting the anatomy of the foot just right, because frankly, we're just gonna go over it. I wanted the overall shape, the overall proportion of the foot to be good and make sure we didn't miss any elements of it. But at the end of the day, we're not actually keeping the foot at all. And actually, we are somewhat altering the anatomy because it's a heel and not a sneaker. So that's going to alter how the foot is sort of sitting at rest. Right? There's sort of this natural arch up that the foot is doing now. Or resting arch, I should say, rather than natural. Will you stop that? You can really see it in the sort of side of the shoe. Ankle is more kind of there now. Got the strap going around. So arch of the foot more activated because of the heat. And we're just going to kind of tuck the foot in. Be quite surprised. Wrap tighter, but good. All right, that gives us a rough block out at least. Ugh. I tell you, like, temperature is not very high today, but the smoke is making it really muggy. It's just kind of a gross day. Actually have some water really quick. Don't want to develop a headache. I say to this smoke. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. I'll keep playing with it. But I want to just give some attention to the other foot as well. Make sure we're sort of working them up together and they make sense as a pair. Okay. This one. You. Okay. Slim. Thigh down. Okay. You need some volume. Sag. Not sag. Pressure. On this. angle this. Okay. Slim the thigh down a bit on a bit more of like a straight form. Counterbalance curves on the under. Oh. Oh dear. Why you need to do draw through. Oh dear. Alright. Let's fix that. I'm just gonna take this onto a completely separate layer and figure out what I want to do with it. I mean, we could angle the entire leg up so that the kick is just, that is an off. We need to redo some of the angle on the leg. That is a possibility. The other possibility is we basically don't extend the knee out as far. Yeah, let's do that. Basically, we're gonna get rid of the upper leg. We're gonna figure out where this leg is sitting. Okay. It's not gonna be too far out compared to the other one. And then, no. This leg in somewhat. So the knee is not quite as hyperextended. It's a bit more of like a casual. Just making sure that they're similarly sized. Put that right about there. Frickin' stupid thing. Put it right about there, give or take. About right. I actually want to also rotate the foot somewhat. Account for the changes. And this. That. Move it in somewhat. I think this is excellent. Something about it is feeling a little bit off. Mhm. Sure that that's lining up. Hmm. Hmm. Something about it is just not quite doing it. Try some. Want to see what this like. No. No. Okay, that's not it. Hmm. Maybe it just does need the full extent deck to really sort of sell the idea. Pull this. So feels more. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, the foot is completely effed, so you gotta do that, but the posing here is fine. We can work with it. I need to figure out what. If it's feeling wrong, why it's feeling wrong, and what I can do to correct that. Right? There's also still feeling a little orc. Figure out what's going up. So has the desired design, the lore. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, I can try doing both legs down again, see if that somehow fixes it. It would probably be easier, but it would, I don't know. It would kind of, I think it would lose some of the character appeal. Like it wouldn't feel as playful, which I think is a really sort of interesting element of what we have right now. If you feel that's not accurate, then I can definitely change it. But that's kind of the, I guess, my initial read. Punch the shoulder up a little bit of feeling of really sort of rested on. Take some curve off of the. Okay. We can definitely try it. See if this makes more sense or feels better somehow. Sort of move up a little bit so the wrong of the fence. Well, which would you prefer? Which do you think is a better read on the character? I'm fine making either one work, but I would like to know which you feel would be more appropriate. Kind of a blocky foot, really large. Some of it is the perspective. Eh. Not the. I mean, that doesn't really make sense with how far the leg would have to extend to connect that. I'm just like messed up. Open leg. Okay. So yeah, we can try. We'll keep messing with the kicking leg and figure out. I think it looks okay. Something about it just isn't quite there yet. But we'll get it. Turn this off for a second, just up. Okay, let's trying to level out the thigh more and more. Doesn't make sense because it's supposed to be dropping side of the fence. That's why we're getting this booty hanging down. Right. So I actually want to bring it down this side. Really start and like that, and then no, maybe. I don't know. Could you repeat the question? Let's see. Kneecaps. Every time with the kneecaps. What the heck? What the hiffle? Okay. So when the knee is fully bent, you have a reference for that? Are you going to help me out here? A little bit. Okay. So knee has tendons that sort of give it a shape from the front and give it like a block, a bit more of a squared form. Muscles like that. This curve into okay. And this needs to relax a little bit. Muscle. These goes like so. I'm just gonna get rid of this other thigh, just kind of read the whole thing. One. Go up like that. Bump it back a little bit. Okay. Okay. I think we are slowly getting somewhere. And draw through where that we're overdoing it. Underdoing it. I don't know. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. I blame the smoke. It's making my head all fuzzy. I'm just muttering to myself. Okay, yeah. So the kneecap basically gets pulled forward right? And is sort of sitting in this weird, like, middle ground between the ends of each bone as they're doing their hinge thing. Like that, kinda. The kneecap is just like, hello, out here. Okay. And then I'm gonna slim down in, not at an angle where we can see the calf on the other side, and the narrow band of muscle on the front of the shin bone is not enough to really define any shape, so we can kind of straighten it out like so. Slim it down somewhat. Okay. That's feeling pretty consistent. Then we're just gonna use sort of the thigh and glute there. Meanwhile, on the other leg, we'll do sort of a little bit of overlap of the groin. At the other glute, we're just gonna kind of rough in like that. That's gonna hamstring out. That. Yeah, quads. Quads going like that. Hammies going like that. Tendons from the lower leg coming up like this. Leg muscles a little more relaxed because it's not drawing the leg back. Okay, thank you, Lakota. Do some posture. Everybody get a good stretch in. Get a good stretch in. Oof. Thank you. Okay. And then, yeah, we're going to have this kind of come around like so. Good. Gonna go. Got the top of the shin, right? Got the ankle. Sitting like this. One mistake that I often make is I put the ankle above the foot, which is extremely incorrect. The ankle is cradling the foot. So the top of the foot, where it actually like connects in, is like here. And then it slopes down a bit, and then it comes out here. Right? More like this. So the ankle bone, the protrusion, should not be sitting on top of the foot. They should be sitting beside the foot. Have that connect. Nice. Oftentimes do not draw that connection correctly. Mistake. If It's feeling better. It is feeling better. I think we can continue to refine it, and as we add in the outfit and sort of put everything together, it will get better and better. Yes. Okay. So let's try something, and we can get, Lucia, your opinion on. So right now we have the eyes kind of hooded. So what can often happen if the sort of the top of the iris and the eyelid sort of disconnect is it makes the character feel a little more like energetic, wild, crazy, insane. So if I do that here, it gives a bit more of a feeling of like excitement, maybe sort of a little more energetic as opposed to like a calm and collected appearance. A little less like a cool murder and more of a someone ready to go hunt and suck with reckless abandon. So I think the question for me is which of those you feel would be more appropriate. Should have done that on a separate copy. Oh, well, here now. Oops. I mean, I can redraw it. It's not a big deal either way. I just am curious how you feel on it. Would be more accurate to the. Also, some details like thickness of the eyebrow. Ponies don't really do the eyebrow thing very, except for particular cases of expression. The character. There's some ponies with like thick enough eyebrows that they are consistent on the head, on the face. Very few. Okay. No hat. I guess we can go ahead and start locking in some of the outfit details. Well. Right, but are they supposed to be? Are you imagining like a thicker eyebrow, very thin? And then yeah, the eyes should. You feel like they should be more sort of open and energetic, or more sort of lidded and collected? I just want to make sure that it is in line with what you have in mind. Okay, then it shall be. Wait, let's bring this all the way around. I'm treating it like it's an open shape. It's not. That's the whole point of the tie. It cinches off the collar. Okay, so we'll do a more sort of energetic look. Let's do the primary shape. Let's get the primary looking good, and then we'll worry about the little folds and partitions and whatnot. All right, cool. Okay, better. Better. Then we're sort of a rounded out form there. Oh, you know what? I think I might have put the breast a little bit too low. That's okay, we'll fix it. Let's just go ahead and place the tie about where we... Yeah, I think the main issue is just that I was kind of drawing them from a typical top-down perspective when they need a little bit more like that, right? So it's just change the angle, the view angle a little bit. A bit with arm there, which maybe they should, frankly. I mean, maybe they should. Here, let's do this. We're gonna take this whole shoulder. We're gonna take the arm. We're gonna slide it back. So now, now the arm's going back like yay far. So now the shape of the breast is not sort of blocked in by the arm. Have it overlap in front. Cool. All right, and then we're just gonna go back onto our clothes layer. Gonna down the shape. This. Go. Make sure we get that good cylindrical wrap. Want to flatten anything out. Get a little actual volume here, right? So that it's not just like a texture on top of the torso. There's actual material. Out, round. Bring the other strap over the shoulder. So I'm gonna kind of assume that it's connecting that. Abs are crunching in a little bit. These straps are going to go slightly slack. Then this skirt is going to be really interesting. So it does not cover a lot of the thigh. It is a very revealing skirt. But Oh, let's see. Where is this sitting? Because it is going to get caught by the by the railing. Or is it? Actually, now that I think about it, now that I look at it, I think it is short enough that the sort of cant of the hips, it's gonna kind of just trail underneath like that. Oh no, we TOS now. And then we're just gonna, it does have a fair amount of sort of, how we say, lateral billow, right? Like it's not very long, but it is decently wide. It's got the frills and whatnot, sort of preserving its x-axis. Make it fairly pronounced that way. Whatever. We'll just need to put something underneath the skirt so that everything is above board. I mean, honestly, with some of the models and drawings that get done on Twitch, as long as I like put something underneath the skirt, it should be. I really doubt anyone's gonna care or notice. It's gonna be a very interesting skirt to paint. The sort of really lace, there's the word, lace trim. Man, words are just not working for me today, are they? Right idea was this. Give this person a streamer. They have the stupid and can barely string a sentence. Okay, so that's going to be kind of the baseline, or not baseline. I'm not going to bother like trying to draw in the frills because we're going to need to do that with sort of a translucency that I think doing line work for is just going to kind of conflict with. So we're more just sort of looking at like this edge of it, right? And I can do more bleeding, but I just wanted to sort of block out a rough edge, the rough border for it. Now we've got our sort of, in the original version, pink. In our version, I believe that's going to be red. It could be black, and then the hilt or the lace would be red. That would be pretty. We might actually sort of invert the assignments. Which is going like this. Okay. Again, not putting too much into like the lace trim here. I think we're just going to do that for the paint over, or save it for the paint over. Then we've got these ribbons that are wrapping around the upper arms. That's one, two, basically 3 overlaps. Two, and then we gotta round it out. That This can go down like so. You can go like this. Good. Hey, Luke. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good weekend. Happy Saturday. We are working on new commission piece. Just doing sort of the drawing, block out, all that good stuff. Hi, a little bit. I'm having a good weekend. Wanna why and why I'm typing all cats? I'm gonna guess you're excited about something. Is it because of Splatoon? That's fair. That's fair. I have not bought it either. Bring this around a little bit more, curve it in. Like that. Oh, nice. Well, that is exciting. That was a very good show. I will be interested to see what season 3 does. I feel like season 2 kind of wrapped up the storyline that they had. But I won't say no to more Mando adventures. Okay, let's bring this down a little bit. I guarantee the suit does not protect you. Man, they really did the stormtroopers dirty, because I feel like clone troopers had decent armor. Like, armor that actually did things. They could like modify it for different, missions and personal preference to some degree. And then we get to the stormtroopers, and it's like you get the same thing, and it's all vacuum form. You get no customization, and it doesn't protect you from a stick. What if it's made out of iron? We didn't know it. What if it's a conspiracy? It's a conspiracy, man. I mean, in the far-flung past future of Star Wars, if they're still making iron armor, I feel like that's kind of rude. Like, we're not even willing to spend like any synth time on your armor. Just get some metal that we dug out of the dirt. Am I gonna do this to myself? Am I gonna redraw the face in a different angle? I think I'm gonna. Am I gonna do it? I might do it. I might do it. Let's see what it looks like and if I feel like that's necessary. First though, we're gonna slim down the arms some more. I made some very bulky arms. What's up, Luke? What's happening? Remember the drawing and video I was making for another VTuber streamer for her birthday? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we talked about that. Okay. Well, my apologies. But no, please refresh my memory. Did you complete it? Okay. Let's just hand a little bit so that it is still sitting nicely, succinctly on our railing here. And then nice. Oh, congrats. Congrats on completing it. I'm glad she liked it. We'll make a good job. From. I've heard it as a soundbite. I don't know what show it's from. I hear so much shit on Twitch, and I'm like, okay. Like, it's obviously from something, but if I know. Damages are indeed. Hard to go wrong with it. Okay. No. And a little bit. Oh. Well, I appreciate you coming by as always. Always nice to see you lovelies. Spend the weekend hanging out with you. Work on some fun stuff, play some games. Just be chill. No. Work weeks are often. I know, but I'm just saying I appreciate you coming by. Work weeks are often very hectic for me. So it is nice to spend the weekend just sort of relaxing and working on easier going projects. stuff that we can just sort of kick back and have fun on. That's fair. Feeling a little blocky. I mean, definitely blocky. I think in particular that Pinky is feeling. Pinky is just a little guy. Just a little guy. He's just hanging out. Okay. Then ring finger. Still like that. Middle finger. The most important finger, arguably. It's going good. We've got some fires in the area that are making things really kind of smoky and gross. Got me feeling kind of fuzzy and headachy today, but you know, we're doing some arts. We're chilling out. We're making the best of it. So it's going all right. How are you doing? And started getting back into Destiny this week. Seeing all the stuff that's dropped recently. Been very, very cool. Trying to get into sprite art, not animation. Don't have the PC for animation. Okay, cool. Sounds like a fun project. It's just a second while I get this. There we go. Ken's feeling a little better. Little better. Do I know a good website where I can get sprites? Like as a reference image? Okay. So what I would probably look at would be, so I think if you look at like Final Fantasy, that's going to have a very broad range of different sprites, different looks, because you know that goes all the way back to the NES, and then they've even done some more recent titles that have like 2D sprites, but they're all like vector based instead of pixels. Not vector based, but you know they're like fully drawn out, fully rendered. Um, so I think that's gonna give you like a good sort of range of look, depending on you know what style of sprite you want. If you want something more like simplistic and 8-bit, something more 16-bit, something more modern. Um, Similarly, you know, Nintendo titles like classic Zeldas and Metroids and Marios um, will do that's for you more or less. So I would probably check wikis or just you know see if you can Google the sprites for those. There are absolutely um, you know fan recreations that should show up, or just you know ripped files that people have extracted and shared. But yeah, I do not know of an exact like a specific site where people are sharing that. I would just my first place to check would be on wikis for games that I know have sprite art. Actually, let's leave it where I think. Yeah, man, I got you. Okay, I'm gonna do that, and then got the clothing. Clothing's coming along pretty good. Oh, we need to do the leggings. Hmm. 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 Kampai. The legs have gotten a little off position. Dang it. Alright, it's fine. This is fine. Just need to move the. Okay, there's nothing in that layer. We're going to call this one back leg. And. Could you freaking move both of them, please? There we go. Alright. Move that down like so. And then we just need the hand because that has gotten off kilter. And we're just gonna slide it up like that, which admittedly is shortening the forearm somewhat drastically, but do I need to redo this hand? Do I need to redo this? I think I need to redo it. Yep. Okay. Hmm. I think I do. Okay. Let's save it just in case. Save a copy off just in case I decide that I do actually want it. And then we're gonna do that. That's kind of the heel of the thumb. Index finger, ring finger. Just gonna kind of wrap hand a bit more around the pole here. Tighten the grip a bit more. Comes down like that. Draw through on this finger. And then we're gonna go like that. Go down. And then okay. Kind of got into this weird like. Okay. Okay. The good news is, I think the hand was correct. I think the part that was off is basically sort of looking like I initially drew the arm like it was going back in space when it actually needs to be coming forward, right? So the shoulder socket is sort of facing us rather than facing away. So the easy way to sort of distinguish that is by having the curvature of the ribbons reflect that direction. And then we need to just play a little bit with some of the musculature in the arm so that the overlap looks the way that we would expect it. Okay, then I think we did actually mess up this arm as well. Because again, it's not going back in space, right? That would just kind of put it in the middle of nowhere. So we actually need it to go sort of laterally. Even a little bit forward. So elbow bone's going to go there. That. Good. Build out some again. All right. Have a good night, Lucia. Rest well. Hitting around the 4-hour mark. Time really flew. You haven't even drawn the wings in yet. Oh, 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 oh. Oh. Okay. Get back. Where are the socks on this? Is that it? I really wish I had a higher res image of this. Like she's definitely wearing stockings of some variety, but oh boy, is it hard to tell because they are sheer fabric. Which, please don't bonk me right now. I swear I'm not doing anything bad. It's just reference, my dude. Okay, here's a higher reference. Here's a higher res image. There. We're just gonna put it way off in the corner so that nobody can accuse me of nothing. Oh, apparently there's also some ribbons on the shin, so account for those as well. Okay, so the socks are like a little bit above the knee, like so. Get rid of some of this draw through just so you're confused. A pro tip: you are commissioning someone. Just a general little like bit of advice. The higher resolution a reference you can give, the better. Want to be able to see all of the details that we need. Yeah. The nightlight is followed. Thank you for the follow. Very much appreciated. Ooh. Thank you for the hydrate and the posture check. Thank you very much, and good luck on your adventure to take care of VTubers around the world. Yeah, the all the smoke in the air today is definitely important to stay hydrated through, because that stuff's nasty. It's so nasty. But yes, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I'm just adding a little more pleating to the skirt. I don't know why I'm bothering. We're not there yet. We're not at that level of detail. We're still blocking. And there's a little, oh, what's this called? It's not a garter belt. The little, no bonkies, that ribbon on the thigh. I don't remember what it's called. Wait. This is the sock. What am I doing? I drew it in the wrong spot. This needs to go a little bit higher up. More like roughly, approximately, give or take. Hmm. I do, well, admittedly, I have 2 months left before Halloween itself, but I definitely do want to work on a Halloween piece for the Academy. So that might have to be an off-stream thing if there's enough commission work between now and then. But there will be something. That is the plan. This is not a lo-fi song. I think someone is unclear on the concept of lo-fi. It's this frickin' Abe M. Beats. I don't like this guy. I don't like his work. That's right, I'm calling him out. Okay. Let's get back in here. Move everything really quick. Just so that our foot isn't clipping. Where's our back leg? There you are. I'm just gonna go ahead and do this in the layer the foot because we already did that for the other one and it's too late to change it and I don't care. Okay, lower arch down a little bit, make it a little more elegant. And then we need to sort of build the toe block out. Got a bit of a platform, the shoe. That. Trying to like look at the reference without putting anything suggestive on the stream. Leave it hovering right around the waistline. It's like, don't do that. Okay, so yeah, I think sort of platform narrows down pretty significantly through here. And then we get our large high heel, like so. All right, that is feeling much better than what we had before. And we've got the ankle strap and strap that is coming, not even entirely sure, it like comes off the ankle strap and then down the arch of the foot, like a ring binder that meets up with. Good. Good, good, good. I like it. Feeling pretty new. Feeling better. The angle is off. The angle is bad. angle's bad. Right? So there's the front of the foot, and then it kind of like flattens to the side. So we did it wrong, and we're gonna do it again. What is my life? I think part of it is there's just gonna be some overlap. I don't think it's actually really possible to draw this angle of the foot without it kind of overlapping itself. Like, we don't want it to be club-footed, for sure, but we are gonna get some so arch of the foot, ball of the foot. Ball of the foot has, you know, 3-dimensional mass, so it's going to come out kind of like this. Flatten it out like so. Make sure that the angle is good, please. That the angle is good, please. Okay. Yeah, got this sort of front area overtaking the view of the back. Oh, it still doesn't look right though. Okay. Hang on. Alright, so we got the front of the foot, we got the arch of the foot, got the heel. That's gonna come. Right, so then we've got this ankle bone and that ankle bone, that, and then don't want to draw the toe there. Got our nice center line here. Make sure that the foot is sort of overall. Got our 3 primary toes, or 3 little toes in the pinky toe. Angle? No, okay, I think I like that. This just needs to come farther to the side so we can see a bit more side view. Right? Okay, I think that's better. Try that. Better. Now we're just going to bring the ball of the foot in a little too large. Oh my god. I kind of regret erasing the previous one. I don't know that we're actually getting like a better end result from this. We are having a trial. I feel like we're getting somewhere with it, but it is taking a lot of trial and error. Appreciate your being patient while I go mano a mano with this foot. Okay, finally. Oh boy. Oh boy. Finally starting to make sense and look like a foot in perspective. Good. It off, and yeah. Okay, this is gonna make it a little bit bigger, but I like the shape. Good. Damn. How many feet? How many tries was that? Like 5? I don't know. I don't know. The important part is that we got it. Okay. Cool. And then we're just gonna stretch it out a little bit more. Good. So this just needs a little bit of indication for our ribbons. And then about halfway up the shape is where it terminates. Ankle strap like this. Or good. Okay. Garter belt. We've got a bow on the side here. Keep going. Call it a garter belt. I know it's not. I just don't know what it's called. Looks more like Navi than a bow, but it's fine. All right. These guys have little bows at the base of the abdominal straps. Good. Reposition the arms, so we reposition ribbon there. I think what we will do is we will put the cutie mark on the bow tie instead of the star that is there. And lock that up. The reference of it, yes. What? Those? Oh, they're little 8-pointed stars. Yeah, we'll just do like a moon shape. Like that. Then a little blood drop. If I can. There we go. Close enough. Good. Okay. So I think the last thing we'll do tonight, we'll go ahead and call it, is just sort of start roughing in the hair. Oh, what is that going to look like? So it's pretty short hair. I would say shoulder length at most. More like... bring in like a bright green and we'll do a hair layer. Honestly, I don't really do all these on their own layers anymore, but... Okay, so yeah, I feel like we're talking maybe this length at most. Somewhere in that range. Very kind of curled inwards. What is this? Almost looks like it's kind of trying to go around. Kind of like that. Yeah, maybe something to ease that somewhat. Okay. Mm-hmm. Go. Let's see. This, I think the bangs do need to get a little bit lower. This. Mm-hmm. A little more volume. Like, yeah. Hmm. I think that's. I think we're gonna have to check in with Lucia about the stylings of the hair. I think that is an okay pass. Sort of given what we know about, like, given what I can see about the like the length of it relative to the pony, sort of the overall shape of it, the way that it sort of curves around the neck makes me think that it's trying to do something maybe like this. Um, but I'm not sure. I think we're definitely going to want to consult them before putting a lot more into it. They might have other thoughts on what it's supposed to be. Okay. Oh, the other thing that I thought to do is basically to put that little like red ring, earring, whatever object in as sort of a hair clip to sort of explain, to keep it clear of the ear. Maybe. I mean, it could also do it as an earring, but I feel like this is a little bit closer to the size presence, whereas an earring of that size, while it's certainly a thing that exists, I don't know, I feel like it would be a little strange. That's just my read on it. I think that doesn't look terrible. Definitely work with it. I'm just gonna slim down the chin a little bit here, so it's not quite so low, a little bit sharper. Rounded division. And then yeah, the other possibility is maybe creating sort of a tilt like that, or a tilt like this, basically cocking the head to one side or the other. Whereas right now it's very, sort of level. I don't know, maybe it's all right. Okay, let's do one. I know I said the hair was gonna be the last thing, but let's do one more really rough block out, just so that I don't forget it. We need wings. That shoulder blade. Not femur. What's the upper arm called? Humerus. Elbow. Radius and ulna. Wrist. Index finger. One, two, three. Let me double check. I mean, we're running into a bit of a room issue. Wait, is it really just three? Oh! Oh, interesting. The index finger is just very narrow. Creates kind of a curved element. Like a curved top. But it doesn't have like a lot of real estate compared to the other three. And then the thumb is just kind of here. It's just chilling. Thumb is just like, hey, what's happening? I'm just happy to be involved. And then yeah, got sort of a little block out area. That's the hand. Joint 1, joint 2, Or so, yeah. Main knuckle, first knuckle, second knuckle, end. Main knuckle, first knuckle, second knuckle, end. And then we'll kind of round it off. That webbing gonna go like so. And other side, we got shoulder, elbow, wrist, thumb, hand. Index is going to kind of round it out. Middle finger, first knuckle, second knuckle. That. Might also want smaller wings just because, you know, cute. But we'll see. We shall see. Yeah, so the index finger almost kind of fades into the silhouette of the middle finger. The middle finger is the one that's actually driving the farthest extension of the wing. Then the webbing is kind of going, kind of does that like arch between each and then comes back up. And we don't want that little reverse curve. I'm just gonna carry the shape all the way through. Like all right. We might rough block out. Rough block out. We'll see. Oh, the other thing that is important for the correct shape is we have some additional webbing that runs basically from the shoulder to the wrist. That kind of rounds out the overall form, gives us our nice end result, like that. Cool. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure anymore about this idea for the mouth. I was on board with it initially. It might still work, but I think I need to play with it some more. Still trying to make sure that not coming across as being an orc. Some of that I think does come down to the body type. And some of it is just making sure that the features line up the way that we want them to. Moving the ear down a little bit so that it gets that good like brow nose lineup that I was talking about earlier. Pull the jawline a little bit away from it. Good. And then, you know, a little bit to Okay. I think that's going to be a good place to call it a night. We'll pick this up again tomorrow and continue on once we've gotten a little bit of feedback on what is and is not working, what they would like to see changed. And yeah, I think it's an interesting start at least. Definitely a few things that I want to iron out, but I think we finally got this leg into a pretty good spot, so I'm happy about that. I think we got all of the like major elements. Definitely some stuff to clean up with the outfit. But we at least have like a rough blocking out. The only thing that I'm still kind of on the fence about is I might still want to change the position of the head to give it sort of a cant to the left or right. If we do, that could be a fairly substantial redraw, but I think the rest of it is finally coming in shape. So yeah, I will clean it up a little bit just so that it reads nicely and send it over to Lucia. We'll get some feedback, then continue on tomorrow. So yeah, thank you guys. Thank you everybody for coming to the stream today. I hope you had fun. I'm sorry that I was a little low energy and scratchy voiced. I blame the smoke. But all the same, I hope you guys had a good time. And let's figure out who we can raid. Who's gonna be? Who's on? And I'm glad you liked it. As always, thank you for coming out. Alright. I think we will raid Mila Chu. They are playing some Sekiro. Shadows die twice, but hopefully they're only dying once, or better yet, not at all. Who am I kidding? They're probably dying a lot. It's just that kind of game. Alright, let's go say hi to Mila. Everybody be on your best behavior. Be kind, be sweet. We're gonna do comfy raid for our raid message. Yeah, everybody get in the raid bus. Let's go. Everybody in the raid minivan. Alright. Yeah. So, again, we will pick this up tomorrow once we've gotten a little bit of feedback. Thank you. Have a good night. If you're dealing with the smoke, stay hydrated. Take care of yourselves. If you're not dealing with the smoke, still stay hydrated and take care of yourselves. And I will see you all tomorrow. Bye. Bye, everybody. I love you. Bye, 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 bye.
Hey, pandas. How are you? Eska! Hello, hello! How are you? Hello, hello. Hello, Raiders! My name is Mila. I'm a Fox YouTuber, and I'm playing Sekiro at the moment. I'm trying to defeat this boss. Oh my god. Ah! I dodged backwards when I shouldn't have. Hello, hello. How are you doing, Eska? What were you drawing today? Sort of winning. We beat a couple of mini bosses today. A couple of mini bosses, and I think we're at the second big story boss at the moment. But welcome. Thank you, Hemcitro. Beans for the Raiders. Yeah, beans for the Raiders. Beaver. How dare you call this little thing a beaver? Beans for the Raiders. Hello. Oh, if you have a work in progress you would like to show, or a piece of art that you drew recently, feel free to post it in chat. If you want, you can post the Jin com you did as well. Everyone, please check out Eska. Eska is an amazing artist that drew one of Jin's comms recently. And it's so good. It's so good. Well, I hope you had a wonderful stream. If you need to grab some food, relax, and just lurk, feel free to do so. Go backwards. This was a project we finished recently. Let's check it out. So pretty! Oh my gosh. Ah! I love it so much. That looks awesome. Thank you for sharing with us. It looks amazing, Eska. Like I said, if you need to grab some food and just lurk and just relax, feel free to do so. There's no hug command, I'm sorry. You can send virtual hugs. I will add a hug command to the next stream. Only slapping and stuff.